Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Welcome to this July 6, 2020 special council meeting. We'll start off the meeting with the roll call. I'll ask members of council to please announce themselves.
Michael Ternosky here.
André Brisson ici.
Jamie Lauren here.
Cindy Saucier here.
Perfect. And our clerk is here.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor. Joanne?
Perfect. Thank you very much, Joanne. I'll proceed with the adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda as presented. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Ternosky, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. You guys okay with that?
Mike Ternosky, yes.
Conseiller Brisson, oui.
Parfait. Tous en favor? All in favor?
Mike Ternosky, oui.
Conseiller Brisson, oui.
Jamie Lauren, yep.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Item 3, déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire. Hearing no declaration, we'll move on to 4, reports from department and council committees. Item A, B, C, D, and E are exemptions from part lock controls that are in the bylaw section. These are pretty standard. Did any members of council have questions for these 5 items? If not, we'll just go straight to the next item. So hearing none, we'll go to item F, zoning bylaw amendment report PD 21-2020. Submitted by OCS Holdings Inc., owner of the subject. Make sure everybody's microphone is off so we can get some feedback here. I'll start that again. Submitted by Brisson, president of OCS Holdings Group Inc., owner of the subject lands known as part of 480 and 484 Church Street in Russell. That council receives report PD 21-2020 dated July 6, 2020 and approves the zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw 2018-94 for property legally described as being block 60 on plan 50M-309 to 1, reduce the minimum lot area per apartment from 115 meters squared to 91 meters squared for 480 Church Street, block B, 35 units. 2, reduce the minimum landscape open space from 41% to 30%. 3, reduce the rear yard setback for 484 Church Street from 7.5 meters to 5.2 meters for block C, 9 units. 4, permit residential and visitors parking on another lot if such parking is within 20 meters of the lot it is intended to serve. And 5, reduce the minimum required lot frontage for 484 Church Street from 20 meters to 6 meters, block C, 9 units. And 6, limiting the maximum number of dwelling units on 484 Church Street, block C to 9 units. Questions, members of council? I believe this went to the planning committee and had approval from the planning committee as well. Councillor Solsky, you have a question?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of concerns I had. When I was looking at the map, I was concerned how close it was to the water tower. Like, you know, I said, you usually never see this building going right beside a water tower. And then, am I correct that it's the 3rd unit is going behind the water tower? And I guess also I was looking at the photographs, and I'm also concerned about the neighboring residents. And would there be shadowing? And well, I've got a couple issues, so I don't want to do it all at once. So,
okay, Madame, Monsieur le Duc, Madame Tremblay.
Bonsoir, Madame du Conseil. So yes, the 9-unit building is going behind the water tower. It's basically the shape of the lot, the way that the lot is done. The building as proposed is going behind the water tower.
And the other thing was they were talking about having a garbage dumpster behind that. So how close is that going to be to the neighboring properties and, you know, concern about odor and things like that?
Madame Tremblay.
So the garbage bin, it needs to be 1.2 meter from the property line. So it meets the zoning bylaw. It's not part of the requirements that we had to amend based on the zoning amendment, and it needs to be enclosed as well. So the garbage is going to be enclosed, the garbage enclosure, and the properties, there's also a fence proposed at the back of the property as well.
And so to go from the 5 to 9 units, and I know I read where he was talking about going higher. So is that going to be a shadowing issue for the residents? Because he also talked about removing some of the trees, which really acts as a buffer to those properties, especially the one on Des Bois, which is well, no, yeah, Des Bois, 412, I think, Des Bois.
I think, Madame Tremblay, correct me if I'm wrong, in the report it stated that that tree is actually on private property and not on this property. So the proponent wouldn't be cutting down trees on somebody else's property. That would be up to the homeowner, is that correct?
That's correct. So in the report as well, as part of the official plan, we do address the question of shadowing. So in the official plan policy, we do have in the report section E that does address the question of shadowing. We didn't feel at this point that, so the unit, the height as proposed does meet the requirement of the zoning bylaw. So it does require a reduction in the minimum setback rear yard. So where the unit is located, where the existing house close to Stiver is, this is considered a rear yard, but it's actually the side yard of the way that the building is going to be built. And it just to reassure members of council that it's not the entire full wall that is going to be reduced, the minimum setback. It's just a bit less than half of the wall that doesn't meet the requirement of the rear yard setback. So
how many stories is it going to be?
I believe it's a 3-story.
3-story. Okay. I think that was because I did read the letters on the neighbors' concerns as well. So I just wanted to get those things clear. I went and saw the site today, and I just can't believe that 2 more buildings are going in there. It is so tight. So it's going to be, and it, you know, from the photo, it's butt up to the water tower. I can't imagine looking out my balcony at that, but anyway.
Just to confirm, it's a 2.5-story, not a 3-story.
2.5, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Other questions, members of council? Anything else to add, Madame Tremblay?
Nope.
No. Perfect. Move on to the next item. Item G, demande de modification au règlement de zonage, rapport PD 22-2020, soumise par Sylvain Lamadeleine, propriétaire des terrains connus comme faisant partie du 9-18 chemin Saint-Augustin-en-Brun. Le comité consultatif sur l'aménagement du territoire recommande la modification au règlement de zonage 2018-94 pour la propriété connue comme étant une partie de la 9-18 rue Saint-Augustin de zone rurale résidentielle exception 27 à zone rurale générale A2. Cette modification est une condition de la demande de consentement numéro B068-2019. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil? Questions, members of council? Pretty standard stuff. Madame Tremblay, anything to add on this file? No. Perfect. We'll move on to the next item. Item H, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Report PD 35-2020, submitted by Jean-Pierre and Carole Bergeron as owners of lands known as part of 172 St. Thomas Road in Embrun. The council receives report PD 35-2020, dated July 6, 2020, and approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to bylaw number 2018-94 for a property known as 172 St. Thomas Road from General Agricultural Exception 18, A2-18, to Rural Residential RR, to permit the future construction of a single dwelling within the proposed building envelope as determined under the EIS from General Agricultural Exception 18A2 to General Agricultural Holding A2H in order to prohibit all construction from General agricultural exemption 18 aggregate reserve to general agricultural aggregate reserve holding in order to prohibit all construction, and general agricultural exception 18A to general agricultural A2 in order to remove the exemption as the lots will be in conformity with the existing general provisions of the A2 zone of the zoning bylaw. This amendment is a condition of severance application B084-2019. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, so they're asking for 45 acres for one dwelling. And I guess my biggest concern is, you know, we're going the opposite. We're going from, we've got prime agricultural land and going to residential. So, and then when you refer to lots, I'm wondering, what is the intention of this area? Because in the provincial policy statement, it says that prime ag land should be protected for long-term use. And, you know, and it talks about unless there's a technical or reason. So can you clarify that?
Thank you. Madame Tremblay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, again, it does refer to the zoning as agricultural, but in the county official plan, these pieces of property are designated as rural. So they're not designated as prime ag. So that's why the provision are different. When it's designated agricultural, then that's where we prohibit all residential new lot to be created. But because this piece of property, I don't know if you could refer to map 2 into the report. It shows like as orange, and orange as part of the official plan as under the legend that you could see under that map does consider those property rural. So therefore they're permitted to create new lots, and it's one lot from the original lot from 1976. So that's why it's different in this case compared to when it's prime ag.
So is it one building going up only, or is it going to be for future development?
So because it's rural, they're permitted to have a single detached dwelling. They wouldn't be permitted to have a full subdivision. So yes, it's for one single detached dwelling.
Okay. Okay, merci.
Perfect, Madame Tremblay, merci. Any other questions, members of council? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. Item E, ébauche d'un plan de lotissement Rochon-Lemieux, Robert Bourdeau, rapport PD 37-2020. Que le conseil reçoit le rapport PD 37-2020 daté du 6 juillet 2020 et approuve le plan de lotissement proposé tel que soumis par Robert Bourdeau à titre d'agent étant partie du lot 9, concession 8, village d'Embrun, objeté aux conditions énumérées dans ce rapport. Questions, membres du conseil? Questions from members of council? Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, so they can't really proceed, can they, until they get the shoreline stabled and the report, because it's in a floodplain? Am I assuming, like I looked at the map again, so is this, can you explain exactly where it is? Is it on this side of the river or the opposite side?
Madame Tremblay.
So it's on the east side of the river.
Okay.
So the stream that you see that it's on the east side. So it's the extension of Colonne Street and Lucerne Street from the St. Thomas development. No, so they won't be able to proceed. So they had to produce an impact assessment study that was showing that the proposed houses that will be part of this plan of subdivision will be not included in the floodplain. So they are working with South Nation Conservation to get the proper permits and the proper report. So basically this is just the draft plan approval. So as part of the condition, they have to consult South Nation to be able to have the, like I just mentioned, the proper study. Once we're satisfied that those conditions are completely fulfilled and that everybody's satisfied with what's being proposed, council will see a report back in front of them stating that all the conditions are fulfilled. So basically this report is just to lay out all the conditions that the developer will have to meet prior for us to issue building permits.
And are they planning on building close to the, like, because they said they had to stabilize and they were worried about erosion. So like how close are they planning on building to this area.
So the requirements right now are 120 meter from the floodplain, but they need to produce the study, and they're looking at probably having the building 30 meter away from the floodplain regulated area.
Okay, merci.
Perfect. Any other questions, members of council? Conseiller Brisson. Juste allumer ton micro, Monsieur Brisson.
OK. Vous voyez, dans la discussion de choses, il y avait une discussion pour le trottoir sur Lucerne, voir s'il continuait sur la rue Cologne. Une remarque que je voulais faire, c'est que la rue Cologne, dans le projet, dans le plan, site plan, montre comme que ça va se relier à un futur projet au nord, mais que ça vienne résidentiel. Donc, personnellement, à cause du pont qui est juste en bas de Cologne pour traverser la rivière pour aller dans l'autre projet, personnellement, je recommanderais au lieu de le trottoir soit juste d'environ 4 unités, que ça soit jusqu'à la fin du projet. Je ne sais pas si vous me suivez avec la carte, là.
Oui, Madame Tremblay, commentaire. This was discussed in length at the planning committee, correct?
Yeah, you're correct. So the sidewalk question is, we have provision in our official plan that does mention where sidewalk should be required. We always consult with the infrastructure department to make sure that the appropriate department is aware of what we would request in this new subdivision. However, Monsieur Brisson is bringing a good point that it could lead eventually to be a collector. So in our official plan, as you can see on Lucerne, Lucerne is considered as a collector as part of the subdivision. And if Cologne, the extension eventually comes to, if we expand the urban boundary of the village of Embrun, obviously the properties located at north of this subdivision will be included eventually. So therefore, we would expect Cologne to exit on Saint-Augustin. So it may become in the future a collector as part of the subdivision. The link to bring that connection is requested as part of the review from the United County and from the township as well, to keep that road allowance eventually to connect to future subdivision up north. But I'm going to leave council to discuss this one. The planning department recommended to have the sidewalk extended to the 4 lots because there's a pathway that would connect to the ravine at the back and would eventually connect to the bridge to connect to the other subdivision. So for us, this was a good medium in between the requirement of what the official plan would require at this point compared to eventually what the subdivision would lead to. And the infrastructure department in this case had their opinion as well to continue the sidewalk only on Lucerne. So this recommendation was brought forward to the planning committee, and the planning committee felt that the sidewalk to lead to the pathway was sufficient in this case.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lorrain, did you want to add something?
That was actually what I was gonna mention, is that the reason why it's only going up that high is because of the pathway leading into the other side. So it made sense that it went up to that point. So I have no problems with it as designed right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseiller Brisson.
Yeah, just to mention that the pathway going along the small creek, it's really a small pathway. So it's really whether we don't put any of it on Cologne, or we consider that it might become a collector and we put it all along. Because otherwise, just for the small pathway that goes to the river, it's not even a river, it's a small creek. There's no use of having just that small amount. because it's really just a dirt trail along the creek. So it's whether we put it at all or we don't put it at all, my point of view, because if we decide it's a collector, it's at the cost of the developer, I know, but otherwise we'll have to do it by ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Madame Tremblay?
I agree with the section that Mr. Brisson is saying that it will be a collector, but let's not forget that that passive pathway that we are requesting as part of the subdivision is something that we're focusing in long-term planning in all of our documents. So this is something that we prioritize in our review, and this is a link that we're trying to create throughout all the subdivisions. So yes, it's just a gravel pathway, but it's something that was identified as a residence, that is something that we want to keep and that people are using. So that's why for us, at least creating that easiness of accessing that pathway with that sidewalk was better than nothing at this point.
Okay. And a question, Madame Tremblay. From what I see in the picture here, the blue line is not actually cutting into the lot size. So if ever a sidewalk was added, the space would be there, and it could always be, if council really wants to do it at that point in time when they do the next phase, it could that condition be put in that now the new phase is going, that we want to link all the way?
Through Mr. Mayor, no, because the conditions are now, so it would be too late. Once we approve this phase, we couldn't go back unless we have a legal agreement, but it would not be part of the subdivision for this phase. So then you would have just another section with just part of the sidewalk.
Okay. Because I understand the concerns of this being a major throughway, especially with that street up to the north. My only concern is that we've had discussions in the past that we want to try and eliminate as much as these throughways that are essentially becoming racetracks through 3 or 4 phases. I thought we were trying to eliminate that these roads would go into the next phase, and just cut it off and have a separate road entrance. That way it would just be a passive access and not vehicular, because if you're taking away that entrance to the north to the future, then there's no reason to have a sidewalk all the way along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Madame Tremblay.
And I agree. That's why we didn't at this point recommend to have a full sidewalk along Colonne extension, because we don't know what the road pattern will be once we have the entire plan of subdivision for the lot north. So it's just an anticipation of maybe if, but at this point we don't know. We just have a connection, and that connection we don't know where it's going to lead. So therefore that's why we've limited our recommendation and not consider Colonne as a collector at this point.
So in the future, council, that whenever council sits in the future, that might be part of the discussion, is whether they allow vehicular traffic to go through there or not in the next phase discussion. It might just be that it's a passive crossover from one section to another. But that'll be part of the planning process at that phase. Okay. Other questions, members of council? Conseiller Brisson?
Yeah, it was just to reassure that I was 200% for the pathway along the small creek, because it's a really nice place to relax with trees and everything. So I'm 100% to have that pathway along. But then if we don't consider it along, I wouldn't support having the small part of sidewalk on Colong, because to get to that trail, it's quite small and you can get it from the bottom too. So then I would, if we don't consider it a trends like a corridor for that road, I would eliminate the small sidewalk on Colong for myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Madame Tremblay?
I just want to inform members of council as well that that pathway that is being proposed is for easement purposes. So we're the pathway being proposed in between the lots that lead to, it's like a double function that it means that it's a help to service, like for drainage, and it's a service easement as well that we're using for pathway. So that's why it was at that location and helping the new resident from that road to access the passive pathway at the back at the same time. So the other pathway that we're talking about is a bit further and on Colonne, close to the storm pond. So that's why it fell into the middle of the new proposed road, which makes sense. And because the sidewalk is ending on Lucerne and not connecting to anything, it made just sense to have that sidewalk leading to the pathway.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because it gives the opportunity to those living in phase 1 to use the existing sidewalk just to make it up to the pathway so that they can access the river or the creek. Okay, perfect. Everybody's okay with that? Conseiller Brisson?
I have another question. It was saying that at the end of phase 3, there was supposed to be a pathway going to the trail, but that there was objection from the owner and it was moved a bit farther. But is it up to the top there, or if it was just moved one lot?
Madame Tremblay?
So it was completely removed. So there was an existing pathway and it was not serving as anything else than just a pathway. So with the developer and the infrastructure department, we've decided to eliminate completely that pathway beside the existing house, which is the last house on Colonne, the section where it's already built. The main reasoning is that person that purchased that property made sure that there was no pathway beside their property, and not knowing what was coming, we've decided to agree, and it was not necessary because we have that other ones that is being proposed at that same time. So that's why we agreed with the developer and the engineer to remove that pathway.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Tarnowski.
So I just want to be sure that I understand, because in planning, we talked about that little added piece of sidewalk as important because of the size of that eventual size of that street and to give access to the path. And so now what we're saying is that will, in the future, we will have a planning process that will kind of ensure that that does not become a major throughway. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correct?
That'll be up to the council of the day to have that discussion with that access to the north. If they choose to allow vehicular traffic to essentially, if council at that point in time allows the road to continue or makes it a passive entrance way between two subdivisions.
So is there an argument to have that little piece then, as of right now?
Yeah.
Madame,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think it's just because of phase 1 now gives them access. It just makes sense to go right up to there. It's a small section. I mean, if I'm not sure if infrastructure has any comments on that little piece of property. Obviously, it's added assets that add to our assets, but we're going from one section, un petit bout. Madame Tremblay, Monsieur Bourgon, I don't know if you want to jump in.
Si vous le permettez, Monsieur le maire, j'aimerais juste ajouter le point de vue d'infrastructure, de pourquoi que cette section-là sur Cologne est peut-être pas avantageuse. So basically, there's already over 2 kilometers of sidewalks inside that subdivision. We're seeing lots of issue on some of those streets. Homeowners don't have the room to put the snow, especially where it's higher density. So there's the parking issue. So for us, we feel that to add that, it's just to add some annual requirement to replace those sidewalks for a little section that at least the main artery of that subdivision does have a sidewalk all the way along, and there's only a small portion. It makes everything easier on the operations side of things, not to have that little little segment to maintain, especially in wintertime. Our sidewalk machine can now just turn at the end of Lucerne. Don't need to go and try to jump like out of the sidewalk. If we do something like that, we'll have probably a request that will come to, we need a proper crossing maybe at that location. Another something to consider. But the point of infrastructure was really the annual requirement to add those sidewalks, plus the operational that we're just adding to all those sidewalks inside that subdivision.
Okay, parfait. Merci, Monsieur Bourgon. Councillor Larin.
Yeah, sorry, just gotta make sure I get off the mute button there. So I understand infrastructure's requirements of not wanting to have additional. I can tell you from the perspective of the residents, not just the existing residents, but the new residents that are going to live in that area, they're going to go to council and go to staff and ask for sidewalks at some point in time. So to me, this is the time to ask for the sidewalks. They're paid by the developer. I mean, I understand that, we have to maintain roads and sidewalks and infrastructure as they go in, but one of the biggest concerns that I've heard over the years is why don't you plan in advance so that you make sure you have proper sidewalks in your new subdivisions? And, it's unfortunately over the last while, we've reduced sidewalks in these new subdivisions. And to me, it's a small section. It leads up to the pathway. And I don't know, I have a hard time taking that section out at this point. So for me, I want that section in. So I'm going to ask that this item, Mr. Mayor, be pulled out from the consent items.
Okay, we'll pull out item I. Just to be clear, Conseil Larin, you're just talking about the small piece. You're not looking to add additional sidewalks to the north, correct?
I was not looking to add any additional to what was being proposed.
Okay.
I mean, in a perfect world, I think I would have liked them all the way up, but we didn't put them in another subdivision that I think where they were more needed. But at this point in time, I think we're good. I'm good with the plan as presented.
Okay, perfect. I'm good with the plan as well. Councillor Tarnowski, did you have another comment?
Yeah, so it's just to kind of to go with what Councillor Lorraine just said about planning ahead, and that's where I was in total agreement with it during planning, and I think it's great to have it. I'm not going to object to that piece, but again, in speaking to planning in future, then the idea is if we're already doing that, and if the developer is already required to put it in, what's asking them to put it in all the way through? And I understand that there's the added asset value to it and so on, but again, if we're planning for the future and with in line with Councillor Lorraine's argument, it would make sense to do it if it's going to be a major throughway. So again, I'm not going to oppose the piece that's there, but I just want to kind of on record that if the idea was to plan for the future, it kind of makes sense to do it now, all of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This item is being pulled. We'll have more questions at that point in time. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Just to clarify for members of the public, so we do have a question period. You can ask questions on the meeting of the day. I invite you to type in your questions now ahead of time before we get to that question period. And just write your name and address for the record. Now, this is a question period for residents in the township, so please provide that information, because if you don't have your name and address, we won't be asking your question. So with that, we'll move on to the next item. Item J, Water and Sewer Unit Allocation, Village of Russell, Report PD 41-2020. Property owned by 230-1977 Ontario Inc., care of Philippe Briard and known as 489 and 485 Central Park Boulevard in Russell. The council receives report PD 41-2020 dated July 6, 2020 and approves the allocation of the requested 0.65 water and sewer unit for each property legally described as lot 199 on plan 50M 317, known as 489 Central Park Boulevard in Russell, and lot 200 on Plan 50M 317, known as 485 Central Park Boulevard in Russell. Questions, comments, members of council? Conseiller Brisson?
Oui, c'est juste que là, j'aperçois que je pense qu'il y a eu une erreur dans la traduction, parce qu'en français, le J et le K est appartenu par la même personne puis à la même adresse à Limoges.
Okay, if there's a mistake.
Ma propriété appartenait à Daniel Parisien, connu comme étant, ça fait que je pense qu'il y a eu une erreur là.
OK, Madame, c'est Water and Sewer Unit Allocation. Monsieur Bourgon, puis notre graphier will make sure that's cleared up on the final version.
Yes, we'll check that out, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Anything else to add from the staff on this one? OK. On va aller à l'item K, allocation d'unité d'eau au village de Limoges, propriété appartenue par Daniel Parisien, connu comme étant le 1780 King à Limoges. The council receives report PD 42-2020 dated July 6, 2020, and the council allocates the requested 0.65 municipal water unit for the property legally described as being as Lot 1 Plan 50M 286, known as 1795 King Street in Limoges. Questions, comments, members of council? Anything to add from the administration? Perfect. We'll move on to the next item. Item L. Water and Sewer Unit Allocation, Village of Embrun, Report PD 43-2020, property known as 157 Menage Street in Embrun. The council receives report PD 43-2020 dated July 6, 2020, and that council allocates the requested 0.65 municipal water and sewer unit for the properties legally described as being as Lot 20 on Plan 50M 144, known as 157 Menage Street in Embrun. Questions, comments, members of council? Anything to add from the administration? Hearing none, we will move on to item M. Règlement affectation d'une voie publique, rapport PD 44-2020. Que le conseil reçoit le rapport PD 44-2020 daté du 6 juillet 2020 et adopte le règlement dédiant le bloc 135 sur le plan 50M 332, ajoutant une partie d'une voie publique du boulevard Central Park et avenue Twilight à Russell, et que le règlement soit déposé sur le titre de la propriété. Questions, membres du conseil? Questions, members of council? Seeing, hearing none, anything to add from the administration? We have nothing. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item N, landscape treatment of municipal lands near the St. Guillaume Road and Notre Dame Street roundabout, report PD 47-2020. The council received report PD 47-2020 dated July 6, 2020, and accept the request of Mr. Nav Agarwal as presented and recommended by the Planning and Economic Development, or approves the Park and Recreation and Infrastructure Department's recommendations, or denies Mr. Nag Agarwal's request as presented. Questions, comments, members of council? Conseil Brisson.
I have two questions. My first question is to know if we ever decide to sell that part, since there's an easement with the fiber optic cable, are we able to sell it? That's my first question.
Okay. Monsieur Le Duc, Madame Tremblay, is that even a possibility to sell that piece of land with the fiber going right through? I know we own the rest of the trail. I'm not sure we'd actually want to do that, but is it a possibility?
Just asking.
I'll go first. I know that we have a land disposal bylaw, so we would have to review if this would meet and how we would have to proceed, then council will have to decide on the planning side of the question. I would not recommend to sell that piece of property in a sense that it's an important corridor that we have, and I think we should keep it for eventually do something with it, or if we wanted to use it at one point. And I think we should recognize that this is an important corridor that we have, and we should keep the ownership of it, especially for we have the fiber optic, and it could benefit the township at one point. This is just my personal point of view for that question, but maybe Monsieur Le Duc or Jonathan wanted to add anything else.
Okay, thank you, Monsieur Le Duc.
Bonsoir, Madame du Conseil. Well, I think yeah, the land disposal bylaw exists. Certainly, maybe a portion of it could be sold off if the easements are respected from whoever has got its easements there. So it could be a possibility, but I'm sure it's only a portion of it, not necessarily the complete part of it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Le Duc. I believe that we've sold off pieces of the trail in the past and now regret that we have. So I don't think that would be the best option to sell that piece of property. That being said, thank you very much to the team for all the hard work on this file. All the departments came together on this file. Now we do have differences of opinion on this file in regards to two areas of the strategic plan, in this case where they're slightly in opposition to each other. That being said, what's proposed by the planning committee I think is very reasonable, but I don't want to see additional costs to the taxpayers. Right now, that piece of property is not costing taxpayers any maintenance wise. It might in the future, because at one point in time we might have to clean it up. But I would put out there that we contact the proponent and ask them to lease the land from us for $1 a year for 25 years. And, he can't build on it, but he'll be responsible for cleaning it up. He'll be responsible for the maintenance costs. That way he gets what he's looking for in order to grow economic development on that site, because obviously as someone who is in business, I wouldn't want to stick a business that's hidden by trees. I think that there is a responsibility to help out the development in this case. So I'm suggesting that we go ahead with the plan recommendation from the department, but we tweak it a little bit, offering to participate in leasing the land to the owner. That way there's no maintenance costs that'll be incurred by the township. Conseiller Lorrain? And then Conseiller Associé.
Yeah, so my comments are I agree. I'll actually agree with you on that one. I have no problem with that. Now I think that there would be a requirement. I think we can put it in that nothing gets taken, like the trees don't come down until they're until the end of the project, when they're about to, open their project, or when they can start clearing it out so that they can make it look nice. I agree that the sight lines are important for business. And I think the other factor is, I think he's made an actual proposal to provide funding for environmental type projects to the tune of $50,000 over 5 years. That, if we're able to combine that with, or partner with a firm that, for tree planting or other things like that, we could plant trees, offset whatever trees come down and then some. So to me, I think it's a win on the side of economic development. It's a win on the side of the environment. Yes, I think we do have to cut some trees down for that piece, but I think that with the requirement of them having to take ownership of the land and make it nice, they're not going to do things that are harmful to the area, because they want to attract people to their businesses. So to me, this is the business that they're in. I have no problems with it. Again, I would support the leasing of that land to offset costs to the taxpayer. Yeah, I have no problem with all of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, so I have a few concerns. I did look at the property today, and I do agree there needs to be some cleanup there. And I do want to, I appreciate the comments that came from the infrastructure, Parks and Rec, and also the planning department. There was one thing was mentioned that they need to seek out if there's butternut in there, which is an endangered species. Birch are also endangered, and they are existing there. They said there was oak, sugar maple, but there is a lot of dead ash and poplar, which, you know, is kind of not an important species. That the ash, I think what we could do is accommodate him. You know, I don't want to discourage the business, but I think we can be selective on what goes down and bring it back a bit. So the sight line is there at the traffic circle, but not to clear cut the entire area, because there are, as Parks and Recs mentioned, there are some very mature trees there. It's also part of our CIP program, the Community Improvement Plan, and also our bylaw 2019-031, the tree canopy and nature regulation policy. So, you know, we have these things in place, and I just don't want to see us setting a precedent and then, you know, everybody's going, well, let's just clear the trees out. But I mean, it definitely needs some work there. It's just pretty messy right now. And I really like his idea of donating money to a conservation group or a charitable donation. He mentioned 10,000 per year for 5 years. He actually put that in writing. So the only thing I was confused about was he's referring to a neighbor, and I don't know that a neighbor requested this, and the only neighbor is the house behind that sold. So I don't know if he's referring to that. And they plan a gas station, and then the A&W and car wash, I believe, is the three businesses. In phase one. But nothing can go to the east of that. Like it would be just too close to the, when I was looking at the property, it'd be just too close, like right on the traffic circle. And then, like you said, there's fiber optics there. So I just wasn't clear about that.
Okay. Any comments, Madame Tremblay?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Well, I just was sort of saying, you know, discouraging totally clear cutting the area and just getting rid of the things that are dead and maybe bringing it back a bit. So there was a bit of a sight line. You know, I mean, I'll use Giant Tiger as an example. I mean, they did a lot of nice landscaping after, and I think we need to have, as I think it was infrastructure mentioned, we need to have a landscape plan when these new businesses come in. And what are they planning to do?
I think for clarity as well is that, you know, where the township, what's being proposed by Madame Tremblay is the $19,000 that we're getting park in lieu be used for this, as well as there's $50,000 coming over a 5-year period from the proponent that could be helped to beautify this area as well. So I think the long-term plan is to do a lot of work there, but definitely it's to make sure that we have that as part of the agreement. That's why I suggest that we put something on paper to lease the property. But again, if he's leasing the property, he can do the work, but we just have to make sure that the lease agreement is worded in such a way that it benefits your concerns and the concerns of other members of staff.
That's what I was going to say, because if we're leasing it to them, then, you know, if they feel they have ownership, then could do whatever, you know, and then we wouldn't, I want to make sure we have a say in what's done.
Okay. Conseil Brisson?
I just want to mention that if we're renting it, I thought that it would say, okay, we're renting it almost for free, but it's your responsibility at your cost to clear it up and to rearrange it at your cost. And I don't want to really disagree with conseiller Saucier, but there's just a few trees that can be saved, but the other one, if you want to do a real nice job, you better clear cut and bring back something new, because then you're able to do a nice job and everything. My other question was, if we rent it for 25 years, would we allow that they build an extension of a parking on it? Because then it would, and having an arrangement farther on, but he can just extend his parking to have a bit more space, just where the pad is right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Madame Tremblay, I don't think my idea of leasing the property is not to start making work, not to pave it, is to leave it as green space. I mean, if they want to put a couple picnic tables on there for the restaurant, so be it, clean it up, be it nice, but nothing that would change the actual green space. That's what I envision, but again, that's what the details to be worked out with the administration and the proponent. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think we don't allow a change to the actual site plan and moving around the buildings or the parking spaces. I think it's more green space, open green space, being allowed to be reviewed and redesigned. I think there was, there was mention, whether it's on this call on today or previously, but the 19,000 in lieu of, I think that should be allowed to be used towards the clear cutting or the beautification of the area on the proponent's side, because obviously it's going to cost him a significant amount of money to maintain that area. So I think that was a request of the proponents as well, as could they use that $19,000 in lieu of parkland, the cash, I mean. So I'm in favor of allowing that. I'm not in favor of extending any type of project like paving or anything like that over top of that area. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski.
Yeah, I agree with the idea of leasing the property. And so therefore the annual kind of maintenance and so on will be with the proponent and not with our taxpayers. And I'm quite confident that it could be properly beautified, just to look something like what GT's done all around. I think it looks fantastic, and I'm all for supporting the business economic development there. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sosi, you had something to add?
Yeah, well, I'm totally opposed to clear cutting the area because, when you landscape, it takes many years. Unless he's putting in fairly large caliber trees, it would take quite a while for it to look presentable. So, I mean, I would like to see some of the stipulations that put in place. So I don't want to give, I want to encourage him, but I don't want to give free rein to other businesses of our land, and this is what we've been doing recently. So, and this is how trees come down.
Okay, so just to be clear, this would be an agreement the township enters into for our property. I think it's not fair to say that developers have been doing stuff on our land without our permission. That's not the case. So
it happened on the trail.
It happened on a section of trail that was the proponents. Conseiller Brisson?
No, I didn't add.
No. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, so I guess I want to be clear about tonight. What is the request tonight, and what is the owner actually need from us? Because my understanding was that they need some sort of a letter of support for their business, that one of the businesses that needs sight lines to the signs or whatnot, or to the development. What exactly are they asking for tonight? And want to make sure we don't lose focus of that with the additional agreement to have them take over that property. Because I thought it was that they did need that whole sight line cleared, and that's the commitment that they needed from township.
Yeah, so I'll just read the recommendation of the Planning Economic Development Department. So 1, use the amount paid by the developer of $19,700 for park and playground costs to cut the trees and prepare the ground. 2, cut most trees and remove dead trees and shrubs to ensure visibility on the land in question. 3, keep between 10 and 15 healthy mature trees that will not cause visibility problems. 4, cut the trees only once the construction of the phase 1 building begins. And 5, obtain an estimate for the preparation and the land of the development plan that will not exceed a total cost of $40,000. So the Department of Planning and Economic Development is determined that this recommendation is the best interests of the township and residents and strikes a good balance between competing priorities. So I think that that item 5 portion is the one that I'm suggested, like we take out. By leasing the land, it becomes now his responsibility and our taxpayers don't have to put anything extra into the pot. So that's the suggestion I'm making. Madame Tremblay, is that pretty much what, or am I missing something?
If I could make a suggestion, I think it needs to be clear what's going to happen to the 2% that it is required under the site plan. So if we decide, if council decide to lease him the property, then would we require the 2% on top of leasing it, or would council exempt the proponent to pay that 2%? For me, that's not clear on council's, and I just want to clarify as well that the proponent's request is to clear out the property completely. By what? Yeah, sorry.
You're making the suggestion in regards to some of the trees to be able to work with the proponent to that it's not just a clear cut.
Yeah. I've been explained that it's harder. As Mr. Brisson explained earlier, I've been on site with a professional that told me that it's harder to keep some of the trees than to clear cut completely all the trees. So I'm not quite sure that the recommendation is still feasible at the estimate cost that we received, based on the fact that if we keep trees, obviously it's going to take longer for the person that cut the trees. So the estimate that was provided is not maybe relevant in this case. And the proponent's request was pretty clear to clear cut the entire property. So I guess my suggestion would be at this point that if council decide to lease that property, then you will need also to decide on how the 2% would it be requested, or would it be exempted to because it's going to maintain that property for 25 years.
Yeah, so let's just be clear, when you're talking about 2%, you're talking about 2% cash in lieu?
Yeah, so it's the equivalent of the 19,700.
Yeah. He doesn't own that property, right? That's like any other municipal property that we rent to someone. We're not going to ask them to pay 2% cash in lieu on something that we own already. So I don't think there's a request for a cash in lieu of 2% in this case. You know, if we were selling him the land and he was making it as part of his project, then I could see the 2% being in play. But personally, I don't see it in this point. Madame Tremblay.
So the 2% is a requirement under the Planning Act. So any new commercial proposal needs to pay to the township a 2% of the value of the property. It goes into reserve, and it doesn't need that it's used on their property. It could be used for the purpose that are explained in the report in the financial section. So under the Planning Act, it's pretty rigid on how you could use those funds. Right. So yeah, so we have, like, for example, in the 417 Industrial Park, all new industrial development pay that 2%, but they're not providing parks, but it helps the township to invest those funds in other parks that would help the resident of the township. Yeah. So it's a requirement under the site plan, and we have a bylaw that does require that 2% to be paid.
Right. So maybe I misunderstood or I spoke wrong. The 2% for the existing project, the 19,700, I understand, but I thought you were referring to charging another 2% for the land he's going to be renting off us. That's not okay. So it was just my misunderstanding. Okay, yeah. So you want clarification that we're going to allow him to use the 19,700 to help clear that area. Is that correct?
technically, if we're, through you, Mr. Mayor, if we're not taking care of cutting that tree, we shouldn't charge him the 2%. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you just don't want to charge it at all.
Mm-hmm.
That way he keeps it and he's responsible for all those costs. So be it.
Exactly.
Now I understand.
I just wanted to make it clear because in our recommendation, we were responsible for cutting the trees and using that $19,000.
So in this case, the recommendation would be really a complete new recommendation that it's, we lease the land, we lease the land for a 25-year period for $1 and waive the 2% cash in lieu. That would be the simplest way to put it.
If that's council wish to proceed with the lease.
All right. Conseiller Brisson?
Just one thing, je veux juste clarifier, c'est bien 19 000, parce qu'en anglais, je suis de misère, le cash in lieu. It's just that I'm for that it will be cut. As I did go and check, there's only about 4 trees that are good to keep. So it's, as I mentioned before, it's easier to cut. But just with the estimate right now, if we go with the clear cut, it's about 4,000, and bringing a bit of topsoil there, you might have another 5. So it's, then it would make a bit more money. They would have make money because it will cost him less than the 19,000.
But just to be clear, he's going to be paying the maintenance fees for the next 25 years on the property.
Okay, I understand that part. Yeah, I didn't thought about that part. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So what I'll suggest we do, I'm fine with leasing the property for 25 years. The proponent clear cuts, he's going to be reinvesting money in that area. I'll ask that the item be pulled apart and we'll vote on it separately. Monsieur Leduc, comments?
Membre du Conseil. Well, I think that on top of putting topsoil, there's seeding, there's probably something else, and grass to be put there, should be shrubs or other thing that looks nice. So if you don't ask him anything, he won't do it, and he'll just give you a nice green area where he's going to cut grass only, and you'll have nothing there. So to me, I think we should be mandated to negotiate something and bring back for the August meeting, so that you can vote on something you have in writing in front of your eyes and not speculation. So I think you want to be clear, we are giving a direction to proceed with that negotiations. I think if he's honoring what he says he's going to do, I think at $50,000, I think should also be staying to the municipality, not to organization, because if he keeps to do whatever we want him to do on his property, not do less on his property and give to South Nation. I'm sorry if I'm saying that directly, but I think that's where it should be put on the property itself and made nice. So to me, if we're minimizing taxpayers' dollars, that's great, because that was also my first intent. But again, I think we should be provided with a plan. We should be provided with what he entails to do, and not just say keep all the money and just do whatever you want to do and cut the trees. So I think we should be getting a plan, and then you get to agree and then lease for whatever amount if you think it's fair deal for what you like to see for $1 over 25 years.
Okay, thank you. Conseiller Brisson, Conseiller Lorrain?
Yes, since that was brought, it could be some discussion, but I think for tonight, if we can at least vote that we have a majority to clear cut the property so that he could sign his retailer that want to go there, and then we can discuss, because I think it's a good idea that, as I did mention, that we do use that 19,000 ourselves, because if he's putting just land there and he's using only about 10,000, the rest he's making money with it. But if we're managing it to plan and to use that money, we put it as we want, and then it's his responsibility after to take care of the place. But I think what I was just mentioning, it was just that for tonight, we shouldn't wait, and we should vote on a motion to have a letter for him that the municipality is okay with clear cutting, that he has the view for the renter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, and I think that's that's why I was asking for clarification what we were looking for tonight, what the proponent was looking for, because I think he wants to proceed next month with starting something. I haven't written down exactly what it was, but it's just that commitment that the township will, let's assume that the leasing thing doesn't happen for whatever reason. It's just a commitment that yes, we will put down the trees that need to be put down or clear cut it, whatever the term is, to allow for the sight lines to be okay for him. And that's what this proponent, that's what this person is looking for, in my opinion. And then we can work out an agreement for that land afterwards and whatnot. But I don't think we exempt anything tonight. I think I agree with Mr. Leduc. We should proceed tonight with the one piece and say, yes, we'll provide him a letter that says we will allow for the sight lines to be cleared, and then we can work on an agreement and a report to come back to us in August if that's the way we decide to go. But I think it's definitely important that we move forward right now with the letter from the township that says, or the resolution from the township that says, yes, we support the economic development on that land, understanding that we would probably have to clear cut and replace and beautify that area. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Saucier.
I don't think that's what Mr. Leduc said, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Leduc. I thought you were saying to defer until we had a clear plan of what was being done. I will not support clear cutting. I feel ashamed that as a township we're promoting clear cutting, and I think we should clear the sightline a bit, but leaving some of that green space that's there. We are so low on trees in this township, and we just keep cutting. So I will not support this at all now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lorrain.
Yeah, I think we have to understand that there's a give and take here, and this person is providing us with additional funding to put more trees in the ground than what they're taking out. So, I think every one of us and every person that I've ran against in the last 6 elections or 5 elections, whatever it is, has all said we need to boost our commercial tax base and we need to support economic development. And well, sometimes that comes at a cost. And that cost right now is that sight line of trees for that area to develop. Otherwise, we've got trees that just sit there that are doing absolutely nothing for anybody. We've moved the actual bike path to the other side of the road. So why can't we clear those out for the business that every one of us and every candidate that I've ran against has said they were in favor of economic development, and then all of a sudden we turn around and say, no, we can't cut down these trees here that are there that are blocking off the sight line to that area. I mean, we can't talk out of both sides of our mouths. Either we're in support of something or we're not. So, we have to also remember.
I think everybody's made their viewpoint clear. We're going around in circles now. I think that this item has been, we're pulling this item apart. We will clarify it when we move on to that point during the voting session, and if there's more questions at that point in time. But I'll just point out one thing, that during our Heritage District study, it was determined that we had huge tree coverages in the village. Now, as a township-wide, of course, most of our land is farmland, therefore it's hard to have a farm and forest at the same time. But we are looking to improve things, and this, $50,000 goes a long way to adding trees in the township. So let's move on to the next item, which would be item O. which is Road Construction Report EcoDev 05-2020. The council receives report EcoDev 05-2020 dated July 6, 2020, and approves the proposed bylaw to award a contract and to authorize the entry into an agreement with LA Blair Construction Limited for the construction of roads in the 417 Industrial Park for $856,469.40 plus $15,073.86 for total of $871,543.26. This amount includes 1.76% of non-refundable HST, and that council authorizes to increase the budget by $126,408, and that the mayor and the clerk be authorized to sign the agreement. Question, members of council. Councillor Tarnowski.
Just wanted to know where that extra 126,000 is going to come from. Any plans? I know we don't have any extra, but is there any way to kind of mitigate that excess? If I remember correctly, that represents about 1% of taxation, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a question. Is
Okay.
there a plan?
Okay. Monsieur Leduc, Madame Tremblay.
No, there's no, so we have a reserve for the 417 Industrial Park, so it could be coming from that. However, I just want to reassure members of council that the extra from phase 2 will be covered under the budget 2021. And because of this, we'll have to increase the price of the acre that we're selling the property. So when we determine the price per acre for the 417 Industrial Park, we didn't obviously take into account that there were a drainage issue and that we can use the elevation as we are now. And we did look at the future property that will be purchased eventually. So that's why the drainage needed to match with the existing elevation of the existing properties. So phase 2 will be covered if council approved budget 2021 as part of the exercise. But however, you'll see an increase in price that will sell the properties to recover that loss that we are seeing. That usually is repaid by the land sales.
Okay, perfect. Other questions, follow-up question, Councillor Tarnowski?
So just to clarify, Madame Tremblay, so if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that once we, as of next year, the added costs on the properties in phase 2 will recover that entire amount.
Exactly. So we'll recover that 126 that is extra, plus phase 2 will be covered as part of the 2021 budget. So that 126 will be divided in the number of acre that we have left, and council will see an increase, a bylaw to increase the land that we're selling more than the 40 and 45,000 that we're selling at the moment to recover that amount.
Merci.
Okay. Conseil Brisson?
Just to know, like you mentioned, that there was a reserve for the 417 park. How much is that reserve? If you can, about.
I don't know by heart. I don't know if Richard has the information, but we do have a reserve for the land sale that we have in the 417. So I don't know if Richard has the amount available.
We can ask him. Monsieur Godin, our finance guru, our treasurer, do you have the number of what's in the reserve currently?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Boss Walsh, I'm on conseil. Oh, am I still on mute?
No, you're good.
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking it up right now. I know there is money in that reserve, and that land sales specifically from phase 2 went a lot quicker than anticipated, which means that our reserve is still substantial. But let me pull up that number and confirm in a minute.
Okay, perfect. In the meantime, is there any other questions, members of council, on this subject? We will be recouping our money out of this. Madame Tremblay, anything else to add?
No, it's unfortunate, obviously, that it's going to cost us more than what expected, but I think it needed to be done properly to just make sure that we're connecting to Burton eventually with the road extension. So, yeah, we'll just have to increase the price accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Monsieur Godin, you got the magic answer for us?
Yeah, so just to confirm, based on a 2020 budget, so obviously these were estimates when we did the budget in November, but we were expecting to have close to $400,000 in a reserve at that point in time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So significant amount of money, enough to cover this this short-term increase. Okay, any other questions, members of council? Hearing none, we will go on to the next item, which is question period on the meeting of the day. So I do see that we do have some questions. I'll just mention it to the members of the public, residents of the township, that if you have questions, you can continue to type them in while we scroll through these. Conseil Lorrain, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I was just curious as to whether or not we were able to, or whether we should move to item 6A, the notice of motion discussion before the question period, because I think there might be some questions on that topic. I don't know, that's just me, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, council, if we have that ability, if members of council want to, so I'll need a mover and a seconder to suspend the rules of procedure. So moved by Conseil Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. So I'll call for the vote. Usual roll call. All those in favor?
Mike Tarnowski.
To suspend the rules of procedure to move question item 5 after number 6.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André Brisson, oui.
Jamie Lauren, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Perfect. So they carried. We have majority, 2/3 majority. So question period will be after item 6, the resolution. So we will now move on to item 6 for resolutions.
6A.
6A?
Was I was asking for, not both of them?
Yeah, no, 6A.
Okay.
Item 6A, notice of motion, June 15, 2020. Moved by myself, Pierre Leroux, seconded by Mark Tarnowski. Whereas the village of Russell, township of Russell, and county of Russell were all named in relation to Peter Russell more than 200 years ago. And whereas Peter Russell was known to be a slave owner and believed to be an active participant in delaying legislation that would put an end to slavery in this region. And whereas the ideals of Peter Russell do not reflect the values of our township residents. And whereas Russell Township strives to be a kind-hearted, inclusive community whose people, policies, and community spirit make this an amazing place to live. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Russell recognize the offensive nature of this individual and agree that we do not share his values. And furthermore, be it resolved that Council recognizes that being named after this individual can be hurtful and disrespectful to our residents. And furthermore, be it resolved that Council wishes to rectify this situation by confirming we will rededicate Russell in someone else's honor by creating a vetting committee to evaluate and make recommendations to Council. And furthermore, be it resolved that the public be invited to make submissions through the vetting committee, identifying worthy individuals, the details of the process to be confirmed by Council at a later date. And finally, be it resolved, the only criteria for submissions is that the new individual deserving of this dedication have either the first, last, or middle name Russell. So it's on the table. Questions, comments? Councillor Tarnowski.
So I would like to possibly add to that after reviewing it. My original question in the last meeting to add something of a committee, a community-based committee for diversity, equity, inclusion. I would like to see if we can possibly tie that on to this proposition. I think it kind of fits in really nicely with that. So I just kind of get a feel for what you think about it. I've got a bit of wording here that we can look at if you think that that's a good idea.
So if you have some wording, Councillor Tarnowski, I would just suggest make the move the amendment and read it, say what you have to say, and then members of council can decide if there's a seconder for the amendment, then we put it on the table for discussion.
Sure. So I would basically add a paragraph around the idea of saying, furthermore, be it resolved that council wishes to create a community, diversity, equity, and inclusion committee by issuing an open call for volunteers or volunteer community members as like as we typically do for our existing committees. And furthermore, be it resolved that once the membership of that Community, Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Committee is confirmed by council, that its first step would be to create terms and references for that particular committee.
Okay. Perfect. So we have that moved by Councillor Tarnowski. Do we have a seconder to put it on the table for discussion? Put your finger in front of your camera because I don't. Okay. Councillor Saucier seconded. So that's an amendment made by Councillor Tarnowski. We can have that discussion on that item. Questions on that? Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, and also I think we had discussed creating a educational component as well to that.
Okay.
Like I didn't really hear that in the wording, that, you know, and that committee could come up with some kind of educational component that, you know, which is important from people of different ethnic groups, that they would be able to educate on their culture and things like that.
Okay. So that would, okay, so that could be something added to the amendment, if we want to go that route. Any other questions on the amendment proposed by Councillor Tarnowski? Councillor Lorrain?
I just had to take myself off mute. So, I mean, we haven't even discussed the entire request yet, and we're already into the amendment, so I don't know how I can vote on an amendment that I haven't discussed the other stuff yet. So, am I able to talk about the actual notice of motion without the amendment yet?
The amendment's been put on the table, so we have to deal with the amendment first before we get back to the notice. That's just Robert's Rules of Orders, how it goes in play.
Well, I can't vote in favor of it because I haven't been able to give my side of what I wanted, what I see on the actual motion. So,
okay.
Vote in favor of the amendment.
Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, and just the one thing at the beginning too, where it stated that Russell Township, Russell Village, and Russell County were all named in relation to Peter Russell. As we've discovered, that wasn't particularly true.
Okay, Councillor Saucier, right now we have to discuss the amendment itself. So that's what just Councillor Lorrain just asked that we haven't.
All right.
So I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm good.
Councillor Tarnowski?
I'm happy to support Councillor Saucier's idea of adding the concept of education to that proposed committee. If we tie it on to this, I think it makes sense, and we can just kind of, by noting it right now, it would still be kind of discussed and detailed in the terms of reference. But I think that's a good opportunity to add that to it.
Okay, so can you just reword or reread what you're proposing, Councillor Tarnowski, so everybody's aware? You're on mute right now.
I just said it all. You didn't hear me? No, I'm kidding. So I guess I'm still pretty green at adding these on. So I would just add on, furthermore, be it resolved that council wishes to create a Community, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee by issuing an open call for volunteer community members as the current process for creating committees. And furthermore, be it resolved that once the membership of the Community, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Committee is confirmed by council, its first step would be to create terms of reference, including an educational component. I guess that's where I would put that in for council's approval.
Okay, so that ties into Councillor Saucier comment on education. Conseiller Brisson?
Yeah, just a comment that I'm just not quite sure that amendment should be an amendment to the resolution, because I think it should stand by itself. For myself, I think it should stand by itself, because I'm 100% with that recommendation but I don't have all the information for the first part. So I don't know if you want to keep it as an amendment of this, or you want it to put it completely separate. because I have a bit of problem to vote for it right now before I know for the rest, because I do support that committee for 100%, but I would like to see it separate from the first resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, we can vote on this, and then when it's added to the main motion, you can ask to separate the two items if you wish. I can't remember the exact term. The clerk will be able to help me out, but I know there's you can ask to divide a section and vote on the section separately. So, Councillor Tarnowski.
So I just wanted to clarify the intention behind it. So I'm a strong believer in the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. I think everything that's happened of late makes that really appropriate, and I think it does tie in nicely to this proposal, and it kind of flows really nicely. So I'm happy to that, and that's why I kind of feel that it should be all together. And so, yeah, that's just my comment to that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski. So we have a mover and seconder on this amendment. So I'll call for a recorded vote. So we'll go from left to right like usual. So just state your name and the way you're voting, please.
Mike Tarnowski, in favor.
André Brisson, in favor, but just in condition that, because we can vote after to separate it.
Okay.
But in favor.
Next.
Jamie Lauren, if we are able to take this out, I'm in favor of the committee itself, but if we're adding it on just to this, then I'm gonna vote yes, with the understanding that I haven't decided on the actual resolution yet, or the actual notice of motion.
Okay, thank you.
Cindy Saucier, and I agree with Councillor Laurent, so but yes on the committee.
Okay, and myself in favor. So this amendment is added to the main amendment. So now questions, comments on the main, if there's another amendment to put forward. So I'll ask anybody to speak up. Councillor Laurent?
Yeah, I'll just make my comments on it. They're not going to change from what our discussion was about it. I believe there has been some additional information that has come out about the naming convention of the township and the county and whatnot. Again, who's right, who's wrong? I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it was done many years ago. The fact is, if there is the name of Peter Russell associated with Russell Village, Russell Township, then I have no problem denouncing that fact and saying that publicly, that the Township of Russell disassociates itself with the name Peter Russell, or with the person Peter Russell. But I don't think we need to go any further than that in terms of naming, whether it's, I know you're not talking about renaming the township or renaming the village, you're talking about rededicating the name to somebody else. I don't think we need to go there. And that's exactly what I said to you earlier about it. I think we have built our own legacy in Russell Township, Russell Village, and we stand on our own. Look at all the great things that Russell has achieved, whether it be the village or the township. And over the last years, we have great people, the great community. You know, we hear that all the time. We have the best people in this community. We have the best fire services. We have the best this, we have the best that. I don't see why we would need to rededicate the name to somebody else. You know, I think we stand on our own, and we denounce the fact that if this is who we were named after, then we denounce that fact publicly in a bylaw or in writing, whatever we need to do. And we are just known as the Village of Russell, and we stand on our own legacy. And I don't think we need to add in somebody else's name to it, just that has the name of Russell. That's my opinion. That's why I didn't want to, and I agree with the committee. I agree if you want to have a diversity, and I don't know all the big long words that Councillor Taranowski said, but whenever you want to name the committee, I'm in favor of that. I have no problem with that, but I can't support the rededicating of the name of the village of Russell. So that's my comments on it.
Thank you very much. Conseil Brisson, and then Councillor Saucier and Councillor Taranowski.
Yeah, it was to express a bit the same as Councillor Lorrain, just to add that we cannot change history if the name, but because we don't even for sure know if it was after Peter Russell that it was named or not. And if we decide to name it after another Russell and we discover in a while that he or she has some dark secret, then we're still again stuck. So as Councillor Lorrain mentioned, it's the pride that we have now with Russell, and as I did mention, you cannot change history. So go on, and I'm 100% for the committee, but not for rededicating a person to Russell.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, I just want to commend Councillor Laurent, what he just said. It was very well said. But I don't have an issue with rededicating it to someone, but I did want to clarify some of the history because I've been doing a lot of research, a lot of reading, and of course we received a letter from Mrs. Betty Hay, who's 94. Her brother was Keith Boyd from the museum, and she referred to the book Swamp to Shanty, written by Wendell Stanley. And in that book, it did state that it was just the county that was named after him. And even back then, there was confusion with Russell, and it was a village, police village of Russell and the post office of Russell. We were actually called Duncanville at that point, but everybody was sending their mail to the Russell post office, and it just basically got adopted. So it wasn't really, it wasn't named after Mr. Russell. So anyway, that was just, you know, I just didn't know if we need to change that. Whereas the village of Russell, township of Russell, and county of Russell was named after Peter Russell, when in fact it hadn't been. You know, it's a minor statement, but I just wanted to clarify that. That's what I was trying to bring up earlier.
Perfect. So thank you for the clarification. I think realistically, it's, you know, if the county was named and the county made the choice to name the village after itself, it's sort of fruit of the poisonous tree. It comes all from the same person in general. But yes, there is confusion on that. And to be clear, to be clear as well, in the second paragraph where it says to put an end to slavery in this region, we're talking about Upper Canada. We don't even know if there was slaves here in Upper Canada. Peter Russell never came to this area. He owned slaves. He was in Toronto. But I think there's just a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths since this has come out, and that's where this resolution is to start shining a positive light again, and you know, and move on and remember our history, acknowledge our history, not simply sweep it under the rug, but actually have an educational component. I think is very, very important. So, Councillor Taranowski, and then back to Conseil Brisson.
So I'd like to just specify a couple of things. So I was all for this from the get-go because, again, whether it's impactful or not to us is not as important as it may be impactful to any and all and some of our residents. So I don't think we are in a position where we can say it's important or it's not important. And I'm a little concerned that we're going to make that assumption. And I hate, you know, I don't want to use that we have the white privilege, but it's true. How can you tell if that's going to be offensive or not? So that bothers me from the get-go, and that's one of my first reasons to want to support this. Secondly, I'm 100% in agreement with Councillor Lorrain. We have an amazing community. I love it. I'm really happy to be here, very proud of it. J'aime le fait qu'on est une communauté bilingue and we're all getting along together, and it's fantastic. So we run by example in a lot of this stuff. So I'm very proud of that. So I think everything is pointing in the right direction. And so, but just that little piece that we can't possibly judge someone that might be impacted based on having this information concerns me. And so doing something like this, which one will not cost any of our taxpayers a penny, because it's really going to be a community-based approach. It's going to bring our community members together to come up with something. And to Councillor Brisson's point, if we come up with a name and it turns out 10, 15 years from now, it's not a good thing. Guess what? Let's do it all over again, and let's come up with a better person to tie our name to. If we could tie our name to nobody in particular, then maybe that's the right thing to do. But at the end of the day, I would like our community to decide that. I really believe that that's important, and our community, like members of our community that actually are possibly impacted by this. And I'm a strong believer in that. You know, anyways, I've got in my history, in my family, we have all these items where maybe we're not particularly proud of certain things or something. And I think it's important that we just can't assume based on how we personally feel that this has no impact. So I hope that we stay with this. Again, no cost and no impact. And if anything else, this becomes a great educational opportunity for future generations of what we did. We found out something that was not what we represent, and we did something about it. And we have an opportunity with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Conseil Lorrain?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand if it was coming from the comments that I made. We were not thinking that it's impactful to others, because I want to make sure I understood that part of it, because I did reference the fact that I would acknowledge it. We do acknowledge it because it does impact certain people of our community, but that my comment was we don't need to dedicate the name to somebody else. We stand on our own. And that's where, you know, I don't think we're sweeping it under the rug. We've announced the fact that we don't like the fact that whether we were or were not named after the county, and the county was named after Peter Russell, then fine, let's just say it. Us as the township, us as the village, we do not want to be associated with Peter Russell, plain and simple. I don't see why we need to go any further and name it after somebody else who may or may not have ever lived here or lived in the region, or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see why we need to do that. I say we acknowledge it. For people that are impacted, fine, that's absolutely, we are dealing with it. We've had a notice of motion. We're talking about it at council. We're creating a committee. We're doing all this other stuff around it, but I don't see the need. And this is the stuff that I'm getting from residents is we don't necessarily need to rededicate it to somebody else. We dedicate it to ourselves. We are Russell, proud, plain and simple. And I want to make it clear, I'm not minimalizing anybody's impact. If they feel they are impacted, then so be it. They are impacted, and that's their prerogative to feel that way. I mean, I have impacts on my side, in my immediate family, to racialized issues. So I've seen it. I deal with it on a day-to-day basis within my own family. So I understand what is out there. I want to ensure that people do not believe that I don't think people are impacted and that I don't want to do anything on this item. I absolutely do. We acknowledge it. We pass a resolution or a bylaw that says we separate ourselves from them, and from there we move forward with our committee and bring over recommendations to council from that committee on how we can improve the cultural relations within our communities. So I wanted to make that point clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think from my point of view, part of my job is to promote the community, promote involvement in the community as CEO of the corporation. I see this as a wonderful community building event. I see this as, those who have no interest in participating don't have to participate. Those in the community who want to participate, as Councillor Tarnowski said, it's a zero cost, zero impact, and people are welcome to participate if they so choose. But, it gives the flexibility to those who want to participate in the rededication, the ability to do so, and those who don't want to participate do not have to do so in any form. So, this isn't a money maker. This isn't going to break the bank. This is a volunteer committee that I'm looking to propose. It's a process to be approved by council, and it sends a clear message that in the past, this was our past. In the present, we knew about it. We were educated about it. We decided to make a move forward, and this is the way we're moving forward. I think everybody here is in agreement that we have no interest in changing the name Russell. I think that's clear. It's just the process of how we're moving forward that there seems to be a difference of opinion. That's why we're having this conversation. But I think overall, everybody is extremely proud of having Russell as our name. 2 months ago, nobody even knew about Peter Russell, but we knew what it meant to be from Russell. It meant to be the third best place to live in all the country. And the people who live here know the community we live in, love the community we live in. So that's, I think, everybody can agree upon. Now it's just conversation how we move forward. But this is the resolution as on the table, the motion as amended. I think there's some more tweaking now that has to happen based on the amendment, but I'll make those suggestions if there's other comments at this point in time. So I think that rereading this numerous times after it was written, I think that there has to be a couple of things that are changed. The big one here is, I'll just count them by paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in paragraph 8, where it talks about the public being invited, I think we should be very specific and say, furthermore, be it resolved that Russell Township residents be invited to make submissions. Because I've been getting from across all North America, I've had people sending me Russells. And I think it has to be quite clear that they have to be a resident. If you're not a resident and you know somebody who's a resident, then have a conversation with them if they want to submit a Russell on your behalf. But this should be coming from residents. So, and I think that so that's that one paragraph, and the very next paragraph, I think it says finalize, but since we're adding paragraphs after that, it should be turned to furthermore, and that we add is again before submissions, we add resident submissions. So I'm proposing those 2 changes, or 3, I guess, Russell Township residents, furthermore, and resident submissions. So do I have a mover and a seconder for those suggestions? Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Saucier. All in favor of those little changes? Just one by one, please.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
Andre, yes.
Jamie, no.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Okay, myself, yes. So that's the little changes. More discussion, Conseil Brisson?
Yeah, I'm putting a motion to separate this motion in 2, so that the addition, the modification from Mike Tarnowski be put apart, and that does it come in 2 motion? I'm asking this, yeah.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Cameron Laflamme, but because by separating the last 2 paragraphs can actually be carried on its own. Therefore, it can be voted on separately. We don't often separate resolutions, but if I remember my Robert's Rules of Orders properly, because it could be carried out on its own, it can be voted on separately. So we have a motion to separate the 2 proposed by Conseiller Brisson. Do we have a seconder to separate the 2?
What? What are we separating?
The last two paragraphs added by Councillor Tarnowski,
The committee.
the committee.
Okay.
So because we separate, because it can be, Councillor Lorrain is seconding. Okay,
Yes.
so all those in favor of voting these two separate? Call it out.
Mike Tarnowski, no.
André, oui.
Mr. Mayor,
Jamie,
did we
yes.
have a seconder?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Conseiller Brisson and Conseiller Lorrain
Okay, thank you.
to separate the two items. So sorry, we had Councillor Tarnowski, if you want to repeat.
I'm not in favor.
André, oui. André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, yes.
Okay, myself, we're fine. So we have majority, so these two will be voted on separately. So without further ado, so we will now vote on the first part of the motion. This is the renaming or rededication, putting the committee in place, all that kind of stuff. So everything except the last two paragraphs that were added by Councillor Tarnowski.
Can I request a recorded vote, please?
Yeah, reported vote. So
Can I ask a question?
yeah, it's on the table, so you can ask
Okay.
questions.
I just was wondering if the public was going to be able to ask questions about this before it's passed, or did you? Was that something we wanted?
We moved the question period to after this.
Okay, all right.
So if we wanted to have the question period before, we would have had to have it before. So I'll call. Sorry. So now we're calling on this section here. So I need it's on the table, a registered vote by Councillor Tarnowski, so we'll call for the vote.
For the first part.
The first part, yes, the rededication.
So, sorry, I got another question beforehand.
Yes,
So is the diversity committee, cultural committee that we're going to vote on after this, does that mean there will now be two committees? There's a vetting committee that's going to recommend something to council, and then there's still two committees. There always were going to be two committees.
yeah, that's why I say it can stand on its own as a separate item. Okay, so on the main for the keeping the name Russell and having the rededication. So call for the registered vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, non.
Jamie, no.
Cindy Sosia, yes.
Myself, yes. So that first part of the resolution is carried. We will now go with the second portion. And I'll get the clerk to just reread the exact wording.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think there was a couple of changes made by Councillor Tarnowski from what I had before. So I'll read the two paragraphs that I noted, and we can see after that what he meant with the committee where to amend it. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the to add two paragraphs at the end that would read, furthermore, be it resolved that council wishes to create a community diversity, equity, and inclusion committee by issuing an open call for community members and volunteer champions, as is the current process for all our existing committees. And furthermore, be it resolved that once the membership of the Community Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee is confirmed by council, its first step will be to create a terms of reference, including an educational component for council's approval. And then there was the addition from Councillor Sose, which I'm not sure.
So I think Councillor Sosi wanted the educational portion that Councillor Tarnowski read in at the very end. Was that what you're proposing, Councillor Tarnowski?
That's correct, yes. And so the only thing that was different there is that I didn't use the word champion. I just wrote community members. I think we had talked about champions, but I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Amazing community members regardless.
So instead of volunteer champions, it's community members?
C'est ça, oui.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a way to just see it on the screen so we can all look at
I
it?
sent it by email to Marie, so I'm not sure if she can put it up.
Madame Roy, you're just figuring it out?
Yeah, trying to put it on right now.
So now they're separate, right?
Yeah, we're just looking for the last two paragraphs. The council wish to create a community. So the volunteer champions is community members. That's correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And everything else is correct, Councillor Tarnowski?
Yeah, it appears so, yes.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, it should be an educational component. Yeah.
add an N.
Yeah.
So we'll clear that up. And Marie's in the first paragraph where it says volunteer champions, change that to community members. Dans le paragraphe right après, right?
Troisième ligne, premier paragraphe.
Volunteer in the second line. Volunteer champions, change that to community members. Okay. Perfect. So Councillor Tarnowski, that's what you proposed. Councillor Saucier, you're okay with that? Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay. So then we will call on the vote. So a registered vote by Councillor Tarnowski. Roll call, please.
Mike Tarnowski, oui.
André Brisson, oui.
Sorry, I was on mute. I am in favor, yes, of this committee being formed.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
And myself, yes. Unanimous on creation of this committee. Thank you very much, everyone. So now, that being done, we go back to item 5, which was question period on the meeting of the day. So now I'll go through the line, and please remember that if you ask questions, you have to state your name and your address for the record. We don't take anonymous questions. They have to be from residents. So the first one was Charles Armstrong, Castlebull Street. Please do not close the questions before the question period to allow for questions from council discussion. So we did push that back. Mr. Baker on Forest Road. What happened to the suggestion of Councillor Tarnowski for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee at the last council meeting, June 15th of June 2020? I think we've just addressed that right now. At that meeting, we had said we would be talking about it today, and it was brought forward, and the committee is created. Next question, Charles Armstrong, Castlebull Street, item 4N. Question 1 is, if the property is leased on a long-term lease, can the developer use this lease land to reduce setbacks of other site plan criteria? As nothing is being built on this property, Madame Tremblay, can you answer that one?
Through Mr. Mayor, so no, so the ownership won't change, so the property line won't change. And as well, the site plan for phase 1 is already approved, so I don't think that the proponent is looking at changing or restarting the process for phase 1. So therefore, the site plan as approved will move forward, and the property line won't change. So therefore, he's meeting the setback from his existing property at the time.
Great, perfect. Thank you very much. Next question, Charles Armstrong on Castlebeau Street. How does the township confirm that any charitable donation is made? Well, if it, correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Godin, charitable donations can be made directly to the township, and tax receipts for such donations can be given. I believe I've seen it from in the past done that way. Is that correct, Monsieur Godin?
That's correct. So there are a few criteria that have to be met, but we have done that in the past to issue those receipts.
Okay, thank you. Madame Tremblay?
It was also clarified in his email that it says that it's important to note that contribution can only be made to registered charities approved by the Government of Canada. Yeah,
which I think we do have a section that we fall under that. Then there's also South Nation Conservation as well, that they make a donation specifically to South Nation to allow for beautification in our own township. You can dedicate the funds where you want them spent when you're giving a donation to South Nation. So I think that takes care of that question. Lisa Amonowski, North Russell Road. What kind of education will take place in schools for the community at large to understand how and why this change is taking place? There are many voices shouting about how this is unnecessary effort, wasteful spending, and pandering to excessive political correctness. How will the people be helped to understand the spirit of the rededication rather than just writing them off as unchangeable or in the minority? So I'll try and address it point by point. So what kind of education will take place in schools? Well, we don't have the mandate on how schools operate. That is up to the school board to decide how they want to move forward with this. Personally, I see this as a wonderful opportunity for schools to have classes to have discussions and make submissions to the vetting committee on why the school is making that submission after further education. How and why this change is taking place. I think we have a few opportunities here. We have Russell Heritage Day, we have the Russell Fair. These are perfect opportunities to highlight we have the Russell Historical Society, the museum. These are all places and events that we could have as educational components for our residents. So how will people be helped to understand the spirit of the rededication rather than just writing them off as unchangeable or in the minority? I think part of the committee we just created, not the vetting committee, but the diversity committee, now that we've added a educational component to it, I think that'll be part and parcel of them when they create the terms of reference on how as a community, as a township, we can help to move all these factors forward. So I think it's by passing this and having it in place, I think there's opportunities there. Do we have all the answers at this point in time? No, but we're definitely going to be looking for community help on how to move this forward. Next one, Charles Armstrong, Castlebeau Street, item 4N, question 3. Who determines what charities receive the donations for what use? I think that is something that if we go into a lease agreement, an agreement with the developer, that we can specify in the lease agreement. Again, that's something to be determined during that process. Conseiller Laurent?
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I don't think that the donation is tied to the leasing of the agreement, since we hadn't discussed the leasing of the agreement option. I think this is something that he's suggested that he would consider, with the understanding that his project will move forward and that there's the ability to, I'll use the term clear cut, so that there's visibility to his project. So as an offset to the visibility, I think I don't think it's an offset to the leasing agreement, and that's how that would be discussed. So I just wanted to make sure that there was a distinction between the two.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next question. Mr. Armstrong, Castlebeau Street, item 6A. If the only criteria for submissions that new individual deserving of this dedication have either first, last, or middle name Russell remains, what prevents some other individual from being chosen that has other difficulties, such as pro-residential schools, etc.? I think that's part of the vetting committee process that will be looking at all those submissions and looking into the past of all these individuals. That being said, I like the comment Councillor Tarnowski had made, you know, in 10, 15 years, if it happens again, then, you know, pick another Russell. This is a perfect opportunity for community building events and bringing up our history and discussing what a fantastic community we are. You know, one other suggestion that was thrown out there by residents was, you know, if there's 20 good Russells, but everybody has something in their past, you know, maybe we do a yearly dedication to one. You know, we highlight the good things that he has been doing or she has been doing. You know, we highlight the positive side of things, and we move on to the next 1 year, because we, you know, that's one possibility as well. That's really what the committee will be making suggestions to council as to how to proceed. And then council will have further discussion which route we want to take. Mr. Armstrong, item 6A, question 2, who writes the terms of reference for the vetting committee, and will there be a public input into the terms of reference? Once the committee is chosen, we're giving them the ability to write their terms of reference. I would definitely support having community input into that, and that once they write their terms of reference, they will be given to, they will propose something to council for council approval. Conseiller Lorrain.
Sorry, did we state somewhere that we were doing that for the vetting committee? I thought that was for the diversity and cultural committee, that they were going to write their own terms of reference. I didn't remember seeing anything about the vetting committee writing their own, being picked and then writing their own terms of reference.
You're correct. It says, furthermore, be it resolved, the Russell Township residents be invited to make submissions through the vetting committee, identifying worthy individuals, and details of the process to be confirmed by council at a later date. So council will have that discussion whether we want to give them the power to do the terms of reference, or whether council wants to do the terms of reference right from the get-go. So thank you for the clarification, Conseiller Lorrain. So we'll have that discussion when we propose the committee itself. Next question. Mr. Armstrong, who will be on the vetting committee, and will the vetting committee deliberations be open to the public and a report be public? The committee will be, well, clarified by council, but in my opinion, it will be the same as with every other committee we have. We put out a post inviting members of council, putting out a post for residents to apply to be on the committee. I then review all the applications, I make submissions to council, and council either approves or disapproves my recommendations, and council approves who sits on the committee. And as with all the committees that we have, these are public. This is a public committee, and it reports back to council. Mr. Baker, is my question still there? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I've named one or two you had. Again, what happened to diversity committee? That was just approved. We spoke about that. Anonymous, Isabel Saint-Amour, 28 Loiselle Street. Can you please share with members of the public any outreach that has been done thus far with members of the Black community of this township regarding the impact of this decision? If none has been done, why not? Members of the entire community have been invited to speak with me and speak with members of council. I've said it out publicly numerous times. I can't force anybody to come and speak to me about this subject. If members of the community, I have spoken to people of color in this community about it. That is their choice. So it's up to individuals to reach out to council to have those discussions. Lisa Elmanowski, who will make up the vetting committee and ongoing equity committee, and how will they be selected? As I mentioned, people will be invited to make submissions similarly to all the committees we have. I go through the process, I make recommendations to council, and council decides who sits on the committee. Anonymous, nobody, there was no name there. As I specified, there's a couple of questions here that do not have the address of the person. I ask you to write your name, full name and address, because this is part of the matter of public record. So if you don't have your full name and address, then we can't pose your question. Mr. Baker was posed earlier. Mr. Baker for Forest Road, how will the vetting committee be formed? That's a similar question. Will the public have input into the terms of reference diversity committee? I think the way it was worded, let me just write my notes. So the committee, once formed, its first step is to create a terms of reference. So I am fine with having them take input into the terms of reference creation. Of course, it's a public process. The two from Joe are Joe Haché on Meadowlark Street. Thank you very much, Joe, for clarifying that. So did you talk with people of color living in Russell? I have had some conversations with people in the township of people of color. I've invited people to contact me anytime they wish. I've had many conversations over the phone. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if they're a person of color or not. They didn't necessarily identify themselves. How can you understand the experience of a person of color without being one? Simply seeing it as a family isn't enough. Oh, that went somewhere. I was reading it. I don't know what happened to that one. Okay, I think it was dismissed by the user. Conseiller Laurent.
Sorry, I think that was in relation to a comment that I made, and I wanted to be clear that I never said that I fully understood the impacts. When I talked about my families, I said I see the impacts and the toll it takes on them. I didn't necessarily state it was my impact. And you can definitely see the impacts and how it feels to when others are impacted. So, you know, I'm impacted that way by knowing how it impacts them. I don't know how it impacts them. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I never said person of color. I said racialized Canadians, which includes many different groups, including First Nations. So.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I believe that's all the questions. I'm not seeing any others. Madame Guillemette or Madame Roy, if you're seeing more on your side, just let me know. But I think that we've gone through all the questions in that respect. Okay, so now we are going to resolutions. 6B. Motion that council approve all recommendations listed on the agenda under item number 4, reports from departments and council committees. And I believe there was 2 items that were separate. Item I, the draft plan of subdivision for Rochon-Lemieux, and N, the landscape treatment on municipal lands near Saint-Guillaume. Is that correct? Only those 2 items, Madame Camille Laflamme?
Yes, that's what I noted, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's vote on everything except those, or I need to mover and a seconder to separate those 2 items. Moved by Conseiller Laurent, seconded by Councillor Tonoski. All those in favor of separating those 2 items, call out, guys.
Mike Tonoski, yes.
Micros on, please. Conseiller Brisson, your micro is off.
Okay. Yeah, André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay, so let's vote on everything except those 2 items. All those in favor? You're on mute, Councillor Tonoski.
Mike Tonoski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Okay. We'll move on to the first separated item. So all those items are carried. Now we're going with the draft plan of subdivision. I need a mover and a seconder to put on the table. So moved by Councillor Tonoski, seconded by Councillor Saucier. You guys okay with that?
Tonoski, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Yeah, so we have this one on the table. Was there a need for further discussion?
Which item is this? Sorry, I want to make sure.
The draft plan of subdivision, that's the one in regards to the sidewalk and that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
So was there any questions, further comments, amendments to this file, or we're okay with what's being presented?
Yeah, just a small comment that personally, I don't approve the small part of the sidewalk on Colombe, comme ça, but I will go with the others. But personally, I don't see the need for just a small part. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect, carried. Item N, landscape treatment of municipal lands near the St. Guillaume Road and Notre Dame Street roundabout. I need a mover and a seconder to put on the table. Moved by Conseil Larin, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. You guys okay with that?
Tarnowski, yes.
And
Jamie,
Councillor,
yes.
okay, perfect. So it's now on the table. So if there's any questions, amendments, how we want to do this, I think we discussed that what's being presented wasn't necessarily what council wanted to do. We wanted to send a clear message tonight and move forward. So members of council have anything they wish to change?
Yeah, I think. Well, I'll go. I said I think the proponent needs a letter of direction or a letter of commitment from the township that one way or another, whether it's through him or through us, that he will have the sight lines will be cleared. And if I'm not mistaken, I think clear cutting is exactly what he's looking for. With then, whatever type of landscaping, whether it's us doing it or whatnot, then, I'm in favor of that. I mean, we have to move forward with commercial development in this circumstance, and offsetting the fact that we're going to clear cut some trees, that we're going to have additional funds to buy. I don't know how much a tree costs, so I'm assuming that, whether we take the full 50,000 or whether it's 10, 20, or 30,000, whatever that number is, that buys a lot of trees. If somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that will buy a lot of trees to replace. So to me, I have no problem in supporting this, and I think whatever way we put it, but we need to give direction that yes, we're in favor of the cutting of the trees to allow for visibility to his businesses.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tarnowski?
Yes, I'm in agreement with Councillor Lorrain on that. So if I understand correctly, as of today, if we can just give that agreement, and then details come back at our next meeting in terms of what that looks like. Is it a lease opportunity? Is it who pays for what, the details? But we are kind of wanting to confirm to the proponent that we are happy with the clear cut and that money's going to get reinvested in tree coverage somewhere else.
Okay, so I believe the original request, or confirm for me, Madame Tremblay, is that the proponent is looking for a clear cut and waiving of the 19,700 if he's doing the work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the two things he's asking of council this evening. Councillor Associate.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to clarify something that was stated earlier. I am in favor of economic development, and everyone knows what a big supporter I am of shopping locally and promoting our local businesses. So I want to make that completely clear. I'm want to support this guy, but I'm definitely not in favor of the clear cutting. I'm looking at option 3. So clearing some of the sight line but keeping some of the trees on the property. So that's what, and the other statement that I just want to clarify is trees doing nothing. One tree does a lot, and we all know that. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that, Councillor Associate, but a dead tree isn't doing much.
No, I say keep dead trees.
Just
rectifier, because the request from Mr. Agarwal, what I see in the request I have here is only for the clearance of the trees, nothing about the 19,000. So I would prefer that there is only something about just the clear cut of the trees, and that we deal with him for the rest, where the money come from and everything. But in the request, it just quit stating the statute of the tree removal and escape of the town property in front of ours. I have some new tenants line up, but can't process with a second 5,000 square building without confirmation of what visibility will be. There's nothing that is asked about the 19. So I would want to be clear that it's only for tree cutting right now.
I think that, yeah, the tree cutting definitely. I think the 19,700 is if we go ahead with a lease agreement. That's why, because then he would be responsible for the clear cutting of the trees and fixing the land. But if we just make a statement now that we're clear cutting, we're taking responsibility for everything. So I think that I'm fine with saying that we're clear cutting, that we're okay with this area being clear cut for line of sight visibility. We're willing to waive the 19,700 if a lease agreement is put in place. If there's no agreement in place, then I don't want to be caught that we paid to do all this work, and then all of a sudden, we've waived his 19,700, which we don't want to do unless he's taking the maintenance of this project or this area up. Yeah. So
yeah, but what I was mention that we give the assurance that it will be clear, but that the condition will be discussed on a later time with himself.
Yeah, so Madame Tremblay, would you think this would be acceptable to the proponent that we provide, that council provides clear direction tonight that we're okay with clear cutting the area, have line of sight visibility?
So Monsieur Brisson is right. I just reread the email that was sent by Mr. Agrawal. So it basically says that he's looking for clear visibility, and in order to do so, he needs to have a confirmation in writing that we're going to clear cut. The only reason why I'm bringing up the 19,000, and I understand that may come later, is that I just wanted to make sure that the proponent understands that that 2% is still in play, basically, of the decision. But I agree, if council decides to give reassurance in the confirmation that the property will be clear cut, and then that we're negotiate after a lease agreement, then we could negotiate the 19,000. Yeah. I have no issue with that. I don't know what the proponent, I didn't have any discussion about the lease with the proponent, so I'm not quite sure if he's in agreement with that, but I know for sure that the request was that property be clear cut.
Okay, so he's looking for confirmation in writing that council is willing to clean that whole area out. So I think we can start with that. And then, you know, council seems to be open in regards to 19,700 discussion. When there's discussions with the proponent through the administration, they'll bring back a report in August for that. Okay, so Councillor Laurent, you want to propose something? Something along the lines that we provide a letter stating that council is in agreement of clearing out that land? That the land be cleared.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So let's, Madame Camille Laflamme, let's make sure the wording is proper. So, Madame, maybe throw in some information. You had the request in front of you. Can you just word it out how we should put it?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if we should just add for him that the final, the cost of it will be discussed after, or if we don't need it.
No, I think the letter should just state that the council. I mean, we have some cost estimates, so even if it's how we decide to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, we know that he's putting $50,000 towards some green space or whatever you want to call it. But I think that we just need, he's looking for a letter provide so he can sign some tenants for these commercial building he wants to build here. I think that's the priority number one right now.
Okay, perfect.
So, Madame Tremblay, Madame Camille Laflamme, the exact wording of the discussion.
Well, on my part, Mr. Mayor, there's 3 parts in the recommendation right now, so we'll need to know if 1 or 2 or 3 parts are struck off and what comes after that.
It's completely different. It's completely different than the 3.
Do you want me to make an amendment then?
The first part could stay with the receive and then the rest could be amended.
Just trying to see where the actual resolution is here.
Can we just share it up on screen so we can build it together?
It's at N pour la première.
So perhaps something as simple as Council received report PD 47/2020 dated July 6, 2020, and accept the request of Mr. Nav Agarwal as presented and recommended by the Planning and Economic Development and that Council direct the Council accepts that this parcel of land be clear cut or be cleaned up.
Well, that's what his request is, right? His request is to have a clear cut.
That's it. You don't need to repeat it. As soon as you said that you accept his demand, you're okay, because his demand is for this. So if you just keep this and you're okay.
No, because the recommendation supported by the planning department has 5 different things that is being recommended. We need to clear that up. It can't simply be accept that first part, because that recommendation from the planning committee or planning department is so far beyond that.
Okay, but just stop with the 2 first lines then. Que le conseil reçoive le rapport et accepte la demande de Monsieur Nav Agarwal. That's it.
So yeah, so the email from Nav Agarwal is to be clear. I'm looking to build another 5,000 square foot building, and I have 1 main tenant that I'm currently negotiating with. In the lease, they want assurance that there will be clear visibility to the entire development. In other words, all the trees will be removed from the township property, and if trees need to be replanted, they should be shrubs or low-level trees. It will be difficult for me to sign this lease as I do not control the township property. Would the town be willing to send me a letter providing me assurance above? So that's the only request that he's made officially, Madame Tremblay.
Yes, correct. So I believe you just read the email that was attached to the report.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was the formal request that we've received from Mr. Agarwal.
So let's just make it a little bit more specific. The council received report PD 47/2020 dated July 6, 2020, and accept the request of Mr. Nav Agarwal as per his February 12th, 2020 email. Anything to add from the administration on this one? No. Okay. Mr. Leduc?
I will accept council decision. I would not proceed that way, but that's your prerogative.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Leduc. All right.
But is there some danger? I'm asking Mr. The DG. Is there any danger that they said, okay, we accept, and then it's your responsibility and I'm not paying at all? Since we don't put or for the paying?
So maybe we can accept the request as per the email to confirm.
To whom would you like to send this
sorry,
message?
Siri decided to jump in. Perhaps add a clause that that negotiations, but the trees won't be cut until the ongoing negotiations with the township are finalized.
How about that, Mr. Leduc?
Well, that's one thing I would have asked, that nothing is cut before there's a signed agreement signed up and shown, so that you're not cutting those trees and then maybe in 5 years from now it's still vacant land. But that would be something I wouldn't, because you have to worry about residents' kind of reaction to this. If you cut all these trees and nothing aside goes up in the next 5-10 years, that will be your council to respond to those questions. That's why I would be more diligent than that, and then make sure it's not given until you're agreeing with the conditions it's going to do on the land, where the money is going to be spent, and all these things to be agreed to beforehand, giving this okay. But that's, again, council's decision to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lorrain, Councillor Tarnowski, let's put this to bed.
Yeah, I would just add in there that no trees are cut until construction begins. And I believe construction is set for spring of next year, based on the discussion I had with Mr. Agarwal. So until construction begins, the trees cannot be cut down.
On township property.
On township property. So we will work with him, like Mr. Leduc said. We work with them, get the plan together, but understanding that the trees on our property would not be cut before the construction of the actual property begins. And I think he'd be okay with that.
Okay, Councillor Tarnowski.
Just need to clarify, there was a timeline issue here and he needed to know that we were going to support this. Can we not just say that we're supporting the idea of that with details at our next meeting to be presented by township staff based on our discussions here? I would be more comfortable in supporting something like that than us trying to piecemeal it together and perhaps forgetting something. So again, the idea is that we are going to agree with the clear-cut process, details to be confirmed in August, and we can give the letter saying that we agree with the process.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So which council received the report dated July 6th, accept the request of Mr. Agarwal, and that council direct the staff to provide a letter accepting clear-cutting details to be confirmed in a future agreement. Councillor Lorrain.
Madame Tremblay, from a planning perspective, can this be tied to the site plan at all then?
I believe the site plan is already approved, Madame Tremblay.
It's approved. We could say once the building permit is issued, and again, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but I know that he has a contractor that's going to go on site to start cutting his his trees on this side of his property. So obviously, he would want to use the same contractor at the same time if he's responsible to cut the trees. And this is again no discussion that we had, because the report that was presented was either that we're not cutting the trees or that we were responsible to cut the trees, so we could have managed the timing into the equation. So basically, I know with discussion that he told me prior is that he wanted to cut the trees at the same time if he becomes responsible to cut those trees. So maybe we could say once building permit is issued, that could be give council reassurance that something is going to be on site, that he can't cut before the building permit is issued. I don't know, just a suggestion.
I like that idea.
Okay. So it's just a matter of the wording then. That council received report PD 47/2020 dated July 6, 2020. Accept the request of Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Nav Agarwal, as presented in his February 12th, 2020 email, and that no tree cutting proceed until a building permit is issued. Councillor Tarnowski.
Where do you add the aspects of the additional details to be to be agreed on, because now you're just tying it all to the building permit and nothing else.
Well, I think the $19,000, $19,700 is still, he still has to pay that. So we could use those funds to clear cut ourselves if ever there's no lease agreement that's put in place. Correct, Madame Tremblay?
If that's what council decide to use the 19,000 for. Like, I think what needs to be decided is decided. However, I'm sure we could all work together and bring back either a lease agreement or a plan for the August meeting, showing if we're doing it, we're using the 19,000, how can we use the 19,000, and if he's leasing it, then what would happen with the 19,000? I think that could be worked on. I think what he needs is a reassurance that we're going to cut the trees and we're agreeing with it, and then could move on with the lease agreement with the tenant.
Okay, so just provided as per his February 20th, February 2020 email. The council is giving confirmation that we're going to cut, that the trees, we're fine with the trees being cut. Conseil Brisson.
Just another question for Madame Guittard, to know if for that 19,000, is there any restriction that we're not able to use to cut trees, that it has to be only to make a park, or if it could be used?
I think Madame Tremblay addressed that in her report under the Planning Act. We have the Planning Act is where the cash in lieu comes from. It's not correct. It's the Planning Act that determines the 2%. And it gives, in the report, it gave an example of what can be used.
Yeah, but can it be, just making sure it can be used if we decide to use it for the tree cutting and the redoing over there, just a confirmation that it could be used too.
Yeah, go ahead. Madame Guittard.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le maire. Bonsoir tout le monde. Ben, à ma connaissance, le cash chez nous est censé être utilisé à des voies pour le département des parcs et loisirs. Juste couper les arbres, je pense pas. Peut-être Mme Tremblay peut me corriger là-dessus, là. Mais habituellement, ça doit être désigné pour le département de loisirs. C'est pas nécessairement pour acheter des structures de jeu, ça peut être aussi pour l'achat d'un tracteur, pour le département. Faudrait dire que les arbres qu'on coupe, c'est vraiment désigné pour un terrain qui est censé être récréationnel.
Okay, for green space. Okay.
Ben, ouais, green space, ouais.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so let's put this to bed. We know exactly what we want to do. It's just the wording. So we're just saying that we're accepting as per his request in his February 2020 email. So Madame Camille Laflamme, you're okay with that?
So, Mr. Mayor, we're not adding the part about the tree cutting or the building permit, or no action to report back in August?
No, well, that council received report PD 47-2020 dated July 6, 2020, and accept the request of Mr. Agarwal as presented in his email of February 12, 2020, and that council agreed to the clear cutting of trees on that area, details to be confirmed through negotiations. And then we can negotiate with them on how we want to do it. We're essentially saying we're okay with it, but we still have to have discussions on it.
Okay. So if I get this right, after the, as per presented in his February 12, 2020 email, and that council agrees that to the clear cutting of trees on that property?
And details as to, and further details to be negotiated with himself and the administration on when to proceed.
When and how.
When and how. And that'll give the administration time to work out the details and bring back a report in August.
So if I got the end right, so I'll start again. So that council receives report PD 47/2020 dated July 6, 2020, and accepts the requests of Mr. Nav Agarwal as presented in his February 12, 2020 email, and that council agrees to the clear cutting of trees on that property, and that further details be negotiated with himself and the administration as to when and how.
And to a report to be brought back at our August meeting.
That report be okay.
It was moved by Councillor Lorraine was making the suggestion. You're okay with that? Seconded, Councillor Tarnowski. Okay with that? We'll call for a registered vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André Brisson, oui.
Jamie Lauren, yes.
Cindy Saucier, no.
Myself, yes. Carried.
And it's a recorded vote?
That's
Yes.
correct, yes.
Good.
All right. Moving along, resolutions are all done. Bylaws.
No, resolution B is not done.
That was resolution B.
Oh, yeah, the second one, sorry.
Okay, bylaws. Motion that council approve bylaws 2020-072 to 2020-081 inclusively for first, second, and third reading as listed on the agenda. Moved by Councillor Lorraine, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. You guys are okay with that?
Yes. Jamie, yes.
André, oui.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
I have a question first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, in the report, it's got one of the items as bylaw XX, road construction in 417 Industrial Park. Is that supposed to be like that, or is it named somewhere else or assigned a number somewhere else?
Let me just double check. Are you on the second version? For there being a bylaw to award a contract, authorize the entry into agreement, I have 2020-081.
Oh, okay, it's further down, okay. It's just in the actual reports, the hyperlink,
Okay,
it just says bylaw number XX road construction, so I didn't scroll further down.
okay, not a problem. Madame Tremblay?
I just have a question for the bylaws for the part lot, the water allocation, just to make sure that it's the right, the resolution, if they were okay. Because I remember in the agenda, it was like the two same name for the different property.
I see different names are across the board.
Okay, perfect. I think it was just in the agenda, but I just wanted to make sure that we're referring to the right owner with the right property address.
Yeah, but it was just for allocation, water allocation.
Yeah.
The bylaws are okay, Madame Camille Laflamme?
Yeah, there's no bylaws for the water allocation.
Yes.
So from what Mr. Councillor Brisson mentioned earlier, I think it's only in the French that the wording was not the correct one. So we'll amend it in the minutes.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So we have a mover and a seconder, Madame Camille Laflamme. Did I call those?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all those in favor?
Mike Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy, yes.
Okay, perfect. The bylaws are carried. Now we're going into closed session. For those who do not know, closed session is a separate meeting for council to discuss items that under the Municipal Act we do essentially in private. Once that discussion is done, we come back to this meeting and we will resume to finish the meeting for the evening. So thank you everyone who is here this evening and enjoy your summer if we don't see you.
Mr. Mayor, we need a mover seconder to go in close.
Yes, closed session, Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Lorraine. All those in favor?
Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Cindy, yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay, we're going into closed session. Thanks, everyone. Oh, on mute. I'm talking to you guys saying you guys are on mute, but I'm the one who's on mute. My apologies, everybody. So we're back. We're now, I'll report out of closed session, Madame Camille Laflamme.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So we're now back at 10:38. So for the first item, council was briefed on the subject and the direction given to staff on how to proceed. And for item 2, council was briefed on the subject.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now confirming bylaw, that bylaw 2020-082.
Yes.
Yeah, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, the corporation Township of Russell at its special meeting held on July 6, 2020, be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Moved by Councillor Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Conseiller Saucier. You guys are okay with that? Yeah. Okay. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Mike, t'es... OK.
Tarnowski, yes. Sorry.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Confirming bylaw is carried. Our next meeting, I don't see it written down, but I believe it's August 15th, something
10th.
like that. 10th? Okay. Oh,
I think it's 10th.
10th. All right.
Oh,
So,
15th.
Yes. Sorry,
15th?
sorry, it didn't appear. August 10th.
August 10th. All right.
Yeah, I was right.
You win the prize.
You win. You can go home.
Off until August 10th. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, we're adjourning the meeting at 10:40 p.m. Thank you very much. I know it was a long one. Enjoy the summer, and hopefully we don't have to get back at the table for any reason.
Do you need somebody to close?
No, adjournment. It's just good to go.
Okay.
I
I
adjourn.
never know. Okay.
All right. Bonne soirée, guys.
Okay,
Thanks.
Bye, everyone.
salut.
Have a good summer. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye.